So what is going on in Tehran right now? I do not know. N12 News says reportedly Israel continues to bomb targets in Tehran. We're bringing you the latest updates here on Agenda Free TV. Thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. We just have to kind of wait and see what we end up hearing about what's going on in Iran right now. Oh, Trey Yinks just posted a video showing some damage. Did he say he's in Ramat Gan? Did he say it here? Hold on. Let me listen to what Trey Yinks said. Hang on. I'll mute myself for a second so I can listen to it.
Look, here's a whole bunch of bees. This is where I should camp.
Anyways, Trey Yinks says a block was destroyed in a suburb of Tel Aviv by an Iranian missile. And it's not clear to me whether he's saying in this latest wave or one of the earlier waves. I posted a link to his post in the chat for you guys.
Oh, spin the wheel.
By the way, shout out to our mods, Roberts May Queen, Sabrina Beth Mythical. Thank you so much, moderators. Janet B, thank you. Also, our moderators like Fashion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Surly Dev, thank you. Paul Anderson, thanks Paul for modding. And Linda Beltari, Nisha on X. We're waiting to, I mean, again, it sounds like there's Israeli strikes going on in Iran, but we just don't have, we don't have a live stream from there. Hard to find out what's going on. Also, don't know if Iran will be firing any more missiles at Israel. Tonight. Oh, somebody wanted to actually brighten this up. Yeah, I can turn the brightness up a bit. That might be too bright. PW360, our viewer, said he heard Barack Rabi, the reporter, say on CNN. Now, I didn't hear this myself. PW360 said he heard Barack Rabi say he thinks Israel might try to take out the Supreme leader. Look, I mean, with Hezbollah, they took out the leadership, including the leader of Hezbollah. They took out the leaders of Hamas. Last night Israel took out a bunch of military leaders in Iran. Would I be? If you just given all of that, to me it doesn't seem crazy, and out of the question they might try to take out the leader of Iran. Be a huge deal, obviously, but if you look at what they did with Hamas and Hezbollah, And if they were looking for an excuse, they could, in theory, use the missile strikes today as an excuse. There was an interesting article I saw. Hold on a second here. Reuters had an interesting article called Damage to Iranian Nuclear Sites So Far Appears Limited, Experts Say. They say Israel's attack succeeded in killing Iranian military leaders and nuclear scientists and striking military command and control facilities and air defenses. But satellite imagery did not yet show significant damage to nuclear infrastructure, several experts said. One nuclear expert, told the Reuters, the first day was aimed at things you would get through surprise, killing leadership, going after nuclear scientists, air defense systems, the ability to retaliate, he said. He said, we can't see any visible damage at Fordo or Isfahan. There was damage at Natanz. He said, but there's no evidence that the underground site at Natanz was destroyed. The UN nuclear watchdog chief, Rafael Grossi, said today that the above-ground enrichment plant at Iran's Natanz nuclear site had been destroyed. And that Iran had reported attacks on Fordo and Isfahan. Natanz is Iran's main uranium enrichment facility. Also, Reuters says 2 regional sources said at least 20 Iranian military commanders were killed in the attack. A stunning decapitation reminiscent of Israeli attacks that swiftly wiped out the leadership of Lebanon's once-feared Hezbollah militia last year. The IDF just released a statement that said the event is not over yet and may continue for quite some time. I think they mean the military attack against Iran. It is important to continue following the instructions of Homefront Command and act accordingly. Check some other updates here. CNN said that Iranian state media said, it's a bit old. They just posted this, but they said Iranian state media said there were several explosions heard in Tehran. Footage showed 2 plumes of smoke rising over the sky. Yeah, that was going on about 20 minutes ago. Something has been seen burning and smoking in Tehran. I don't know what it is. Do not know what it is. I'd love to know. I don't know. Here's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is, we're keeping this stream going. I'm going to stay on the air. But What I have eaten today so far is a banana and a bowl of Cheerios. That is all I've eaten all day, a banana and a bowl of Cheerios. A couple hours ago, I had to take a quick break to go eat a bowl of Cheerios because I'd only eaten a banana. I have to eat something. So I'm going to take 5 minutes now, and I'm going to put some stuff in the air fryer, and then I will come back, and while it is cooking, I will continue. And then, when it's done, I will go eat it. But if there's an emergency, I'll stop eating it and come back in. And then, if there's no emergency, I'll just be back in after I eat. But we're going to keep the stream up. What I should do also is put a couple of the other cameras on the screen for you guys. We have the Tel Aviv camera right here. I'm going to put the Jerusalem camera up. That's Jerusalem. Hold on. That is Jerusalem there. Oops, and then the other one I will put up is it Bethlehem? How about Haifa? Maybe I'll do Haifa. I'll put Haifa over there. One moment.
No, I'm gonna fish, and then join that late. I'm gonna fish and then join that late. Somewhere along the line, 76 got to be a really competent MMO that keeps you busy all the time, better than WoW.
Put stuff in the air fryer. I'm gonna do that now. We're gonna keep the stream going.
I love air fryers. I want one.
I have the cams on, and we will keep reporting on the latest. By the way, thanks to Tatch and Lemaine Carter and Benny Hill and Robin Ridge and OU Mike and Stream Junkie. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna go after Kamen.
God damn it!
The Supreme Leader.
It's a bad game because it puts your mouse on the opposite side of the dial, so then getting back to it is like too slow. It's fucking dumb.
Thanks, Kenny Blunt, Jesse James, Gabriel Moore.
By the time you realize where your mouse is on the screen, it's over.
Maggie Lee, thank you. Right, let me do this right now. I will be so much more.
There, see, like by the time you realize where you are, it's over.
So let me go do that.
Fucking annoying.
I'm taking 5 minutes. I'm putting some food.
You can't move your mouse once it's on the wheel. It's stupid. That's why. I'm understanding it a little bit better. It's my fault. It's just like, but it's so particular that if you don't know, you just lose the fish. It's fucking stupid. I don't mind their fishing. It's actually not that bad. It's more entertaining than most games fishing, to be honest. Russ is better.
For 1 second, because I took my headphones out.
See, by the time I realize it's there, see, it's over. By the time you realize it's there, it's over. It's sort of badly designed, though. You need to give it like a little bit of a wait.
Maybe it won't hit.
Like 3 seconds, so I can realize where I am on the screen. It's not like I'm moving the mouse.
There it is. I'm gonna give me 5 minutes. I'm coming back in 5 minutes.
It might be my rod too. My rod might suck. I guess the more you keep the dot on the fish, I guess. I don't even really understand the game that much. It's like sort of annoying. I don't want to hear that terrible sound in the background, so we'll go back to Al Jazeera. By the time... Oh, it is that you touch the dot to the fish, I guess. Which I didn't understand at first. '76 is a good MMO. I really dislike what the fucking media did to this game. I love this game now. It's got everything I want in an MMO. Base building, fishing. It's about to get another big update, and I begin to understand that my faith in '76 was good. I wish they hadn't like let Nate go. Other than that, I'm good. No! See, god damn it, it's so annoying. By the time you realize where your dot is, it's over. And it's like, that's stupid. It feels like the game is constantly jacking you. It's stupid. Maybe I need to make a rod or something. I don't really understand their whole item system yet. See, look, like, that's bullshit. Like, before you can even get your fucking thing there. So dumb. Like, it shouldn't make you rage, like, because you can't win. That's fucking stupid. Like, you can't win that, I don't think. Fucking dumb. Some fish you just can't win. Maybe it's because you're gear. I don't understand their stupid system. Okay, so good. Get on the fish. Ah, you're so annoying. Ah, you're so annoying. I think you have to keep the dot behind the fish, not in front of it. It's such a weird little game. It's like, what's the rules? I wish they'd, like, tell you what the rules are. Okay, let's see what they're saying.
Worried about the severe consequences that such actions might bring. Katrina Yu is in Beijing with more on the reaction. The Chinese side is deeply worried about the severe consequences that such actions might bring. Katrina Yu is in Beijing with more on the reaction.
China is watching the situation very closely. Early on Friday, it already warned its citizens living in both Israel and Iran to take cover and to avoid going outside unless absolutely necessary. Now, China's foreign ministry also mentioned the situation in its briefing on Friday, says it's extremely concerned about the consequences of this Israeli attack on Iran. It says that this does not benefit any of the parties involved. It's encouraged all to do what they can to de-escalate the situation. It's also indirectly criticized Israel, saying that it opposes any violation of Iran's sovereignty, of its territory, and it's also interestingly offered itself up as a possible mediator, saying that China is willing to play a constructive role in easing the situation. Now, China, of course, did successfully mediate a detente between Iran and Saudi Arabia in 2023. Now, while China does have good relationships with both Israel and Iran, it is undoubtedly closer to Tehran. In 2016, President Xi Jinping declared a comprehensive strategic partnership between China and Iran. And China is Iran's biggest trading partner, its biggest customer of oil. And I think this economic support of Iran really has been crucial, especially while Iran has been under Western sanctions. Now, China also has good ties with Israel. Earlier this year, the foreign ministers from both countries met, but those ties have been strained in recent years, particularly because China has been a vocal critic of Israel's actions, its war on Gaza. It's been calling for a ceasefire, supporting Palestine, and continuing to call for a two-state solution. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Israel continues its attacks in Gaza. At least 44 Palestinians are killed in nearly 24 hours.
We're facing a future that we don't understand, we can't predict fully.
Everyone here is stressed. Nobody knows what will happen. I need to stay positive.
I realized that I need to do more with my life.
I was like, you know what? I don't like myself. I want to change who I am. I want to be trustworthy. I want to be responsible.
People keep getting inspired through the stories of others.
Bring in the communities
to consciously agree to put the past behind and move forward. Because all what we need is being able to move forward.
And that isn't just a matter of science. That's a matter of what do you think about your fellow human beings?
Because that is a matter of democracy.
Dionisia Calderon remembers when dozens of women laid on the floor outside a rural clinic 29 years ago. They had been told they would get free food, but when she learned they were being sterilized, she tried to run away. The nurses realized I was escaping and shouted, "You have to come back." After that, I woke up in pain. More than 300,000 other women were forcibly sterilized as part of a policy to control birth rates during the government of late President Alberto Fujimori. Now they hope the Inter-American Court for Human Rights, here in the case of Celia Ramos, who died after an operation in 1997, will help them find justice. Rights groups want the Inter-American Court to determine that the crimes against reproductive health should be considered as crimes against humanity, because they say in the case of Peru, they were massive and systematic. This case will set jurisprudence for thousands of women left unable to bear children.
Discover a world of difference. Stories of diversity, rebellion, corruption, and compassion. Al Jazeera World. A selection of the best films from across our network of channels. On Al Jazeera.
Take a look at some of the day's other news stories now. Israeli forces are continuing attacks in Gaza after cutting telecommunications across the Strip. At least 44 Palestinians were killed across the Strip on Friday. In the south, the Israeli military has pushed deeper into Khan Yunis and issued forced evacuation orders for Palestinians there as fighting between its soldiers and armed groups intensifies. Hind Hudri reports from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza.
The Israeli forces continue its attack across the Gaza Strip in different areas. In the north, in Beit Lahi, Jabalia, Beit Hanun, in the middle area, in Al-Maghazi, Deir al-Balah, and also in the southern parts of the Gaza Strip in Khan Yunis. Now, these attacks are going on as there is a total communication blackout imposed on the Gaza Strip, where the Israeli forces targeted the main fiber internet base in the Gaza Strip, where Palestinians are unable to connect to each other, and ambulances and paramedics are saying that they are not being able to reach those Palestinians that are attacked in their houses. The Israeli forces are still attacking Palestinians in the streets. They're attacking residential houses, and they're also targeting Al-Mawasi, which is in Khan Yunis and is designated as a safe humanitarian zone by the Israeli army. But it's not only the air attacks, it's also the live ammunition that the Israeli forces are opening fire on Palestinians that are approaching distribution points by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. We're talking about dozens of Palestinians being killed every single day, and dozens of others that are injured, and most of them are injured in the upper parts of the body. Doctors are saying that their situation is very, very critical, but also what we need to know is what's driving Palestinians to go to these distribution points is the fact that Palestinians are starving. And talking with Palestinians, they're saying that they either die from the forced starvation, or from the Israeli airstrikes, or from the live ammunition that Israel is opening as they go and collect the food. Hind al-Khudri, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Gaza, Palestine.
Family members of those killed in the Air India crash are helping to identify bodies from the crash. Investigators are analysing digital flight data to determine what caused the London-bound Boeing 787 to strike a residential area of the northwestern city of Ahmedabad seconds after takeoff on Thursday. More than 240 people have been killed. Milena Veselinovic reports.
A day on, the grim reality is setting in. Distraught relatives giving DNA samples to help identify their loved ones. Among them, this man, whose mother and 2-year-old daughter were inside the building struck by Air India Flight 171.
We left yesterday at around 1 p.m. to distribute meals, and this incident happened around 1:30 p.m. There is no news of my mother or my 2-year-old daughter. A lot of people managed to escape, I'm told. Mum was in the last room where the fuel tank burst. It's all charred.
As bodies were brought to the morgue, families grieved. Others waited, caught between hope and despair.
We don't know the actual position yet about my wife. The officials are saying that we will have to undergo DNA examination, and only after that they will be able to give any information.
India's Prime Minister visited the sole survivor of those on board the flight, who, against all odds, is doing well. But his brother is gone.
Everything happened in front of my eyes. I don't know how I survived. For some time, I thought I was going to die. But when I opened my eyes, I realized I was alive, and I tried to unbuckle myself from the seat and escape from wherever I could.
Investigators have recovered the aircraft's black box flight recorder and the digital video recorder, which captures footage from onboard cameras. Air India's CEO says the company will fully cooperate with the investigation.
This morning, I visited the crash site and was deeply moved by the scenes. We know that the investigations will take time, but we will be fully transparent and will support the process for as long as it takes.
Those left behind want answers about how their loved ones came to perish in the worst aviation disaster in India's history. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera.
Terrible.
Education ministers from Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso are gathering to discuss ways to save their school systems. More than 2 million children and 55,000 teachers have been displaced due to armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda and ISIL launching deliberate attacks on schools and universities. Nicholas Hack reports.
For Amadou Tamboura, teaching the alphabet is an act of resistance. Al-Qaeda fighters burnt his school to ashes. New students arrive each day carrying with them tales of unspeakable horror. Some fled ISIL fighters, others the brutality of the Russian mercenaries or the Malian forces meant to protect them. All butchers, they whisper. The school stands amidst a meat market turned makeshift camp for those fleeing the slaughter. The air hangs heavy of blood and smoke. Most are children and young adults that work to survive. Getting an education is not an option. Still, with the money they can spare, the children built a school they cannot attend. A shining act of defiance in the face of a broken system.
Here in Bamako, almost no one can afford to send their children to school. There are many reasons for this, but the main ones are extreme poverty and the fact that our children are not fully accepted by society.
Schools burnt, teachers gone, and children scattered. In Bamako, ministers from Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso meet to confront an education crisis driven by violence. The three countries, all ruled by military juntas, have turned their backs on the West, embracing Russian military support. But instead of reopening schools, the focus at the conference has been on rewriting the curriculum to their liking.
Many of us were educated in Europe, and yet how many are truly able to move beyond those European models and stop depending on Europe to define what's relevant for Africa? If we're serious about building something rooted in our context, it must start with language, a language a child not only understands, but chooses to speak because it reflects their own reality.
While leaders debate the future of learning, armed groups seek to reshape the future by force. In a new propaganda video, Al-Qaeda claims it holds much of Mali and says it now stands at Bamako's door. It calls for a unity government, even as smoke still rises from villages it helped burn. The junta leader, unshaken, plans to stay 5 more years until the country is stable again, he says. Over a decade of war and shuttered schools has left the country's future hanging by a thread, now held by teachers who've traded silence for resistance, wielding chalk instead of guns, in a battle against those who fear knowledge. Nicholas Hawke, Al Jazeera.
Okay, that's all from me, Louisa Pilbeam. Just to recap the developing story we've been following, Iranian missiles have been hitting targets across Israel, including Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Israel has returned fire. Several explosions were heard earlier this hour in Tehran. It's
So what up, friendos? Welcome back. We are here.
Thank you, Kira. I'd like to sub to your channel.
You just know it's going to be an interesting one because Kickstarter always is. Ahoy! First-person multi-crew Age of Sail game. A multiplayer voyage to the 1780s. Cooperate with friends to explore the vibrant history of the West Indies. Now, this is a game, as far as I can tell. Well, game, but we'll get to that, I guess. This is a project that... There's a little bit of nuance here. Like, there's the pragmatic, or I guess you could say cynical, depending on your viewpoint, aspect of Kickstarter is a place where a lot of people go to sell dreams and deliver a whole lot of nothing, which is typically how things go. And the broader the scope and the scale, and the more interesting or grandiose the project sounds, at least in video game history, the less likely it's going to materialize, but the more likely it's going to raise more money. This is just how it is. I don't know what the psychology behind it is, other than in my brain it makes more sense that if you sell people on something that sounds amazing, they're much more likely to give you more money than to sell something that's realistic and normal, because obviously realistic and normal already exists, and it's going to capture the imagination much less. Now, Kickstarter, as the name suggests, is a place where you're supposed to kickstart projects. It's only due to, like, the realistic aspect of wasting your money that people got the idea Kickstarter, you were supposed to arrive with something to show, like an actual game or something that was going to be playable. Realistically, Kickstarter is supposed to kickstart a project, aka we have an idea, maybe we have some planning, but we need money. And that's obviously what it's there for, but it's also very, very risky. And not to say people are funding this game that don't understand the risk, but if the history of Kickstarter in video games has taught us anything, it's that people don't understand the risk, and then people get upset later on when the thing that they backed that didn't make a lot of sense didn't come to fruition. And you're going to say, well, Kira, these are some nice guys who seemingly have everyone's best interests at heart, which I'm not going to say otherwise. What I am going to say is that this game looks to be trying to deliver on an insane vision, like an insanely detailed graphics and really intricate gameplay loops for no fucking money, which is that's not how the real world works. And I'm sorry I've got to come in here like the bully at the fucking the beach kicking over everyone's sandcastles, but unfortunately that's just my role, I guess, in the Kickstarter world. It's to warn people and to talk about the realistic aspects of Kickstarter, and then insert timeline, years, months, whatever it's going to be, to come in and do a retrospective of how the fuck people lost their money and then got upset and tried to sue people who sometimes did nothing wrong, other times did lots of things wrong. I'm not saying that's where this is going to go specifically, but again, if you look at what this is, like, look at what this looks like. This is what they're saying, you know, it's a work in progress, it's in-engine, blah, blah, blah. There is no gameplay for this game. You know, this game, we don't know what it is because they don't show anything. They show something that the largest game studios on the planet haven't been able to deliver, with tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in budget. And then here comes a guy and some volunteers who say, we want £80,000, aka the salary for like one really good senior game developer in most of the Western world. Like in America, if you're you know, high up, you know, team leader or whatever, this is probably not even what you'd be making in a year. we're going to make this crazy game for the low price of £80,000. And people are going to say, oh, Kira, but they've got even more money because look, they've smashed the goal very quickly. They've got 300 grand from the public. And I'll always come back to this same thing. The purpose of a Kickstarter goal is to say, if you give us this amount of money, we will deliver on this thing. So you're telling me you can make a quadruple A quality graphics video game that's co-op, multiplayer, has gameplay loops and elements that other games haven't been able to introduce, and you're doing that for one guy's salary for 1 year? No. Obviously that's not realistic, is it? Now they go through and obviously they have stretch goals, and you can do your pledges all the way from, you can be an able seaman, you can be a second lieutenant, you can be a acting lieutenant, all the way up to everybody's favorite, the admiral. You can spend £2,000 to receive 6 keys to Ahoy Arena at release, the sea trials access, and then a lifetime content pass, physical handmade captain's cocked hat, and become an NPC plus all previous rewards. To be fair, if you've given them £2,000 for this, you probably already are an NPC. It was just too much of an obvious joke. It is what it is. Don't at me. So obviously they go through here. They show a bunch of like really cool, amazing AAA graphics, but they don't show any actual gameplay in any of the videos. And then they go through how their main focus is like the history and the realism, and they want the game to be historically accurate. They show here some rigging, some 3D modeling and things like that, some creation of animations, and then obviously some concept art. Talk about why Kickstarter, which is to say they go on and talk about how it was one guy's dream in a basement somewhere shitting in a bucket, and then obviously they brought on a bunch of volunteers, and then now they have this team of people that are trying to get this game created. And it always sucks to come in and be like, oh guys, watch out, because realistically nobody cares, right? It's gonna get funded, it's already been funded, and it feels like you're trying to like destroy people's dreams, and there's gonna be a bunch of people that are really into this, because I mean 300 grand in 5 days on Kickstarter is a lot of money, and this is going to raise, I'd be surprised if this didn't reach over $1 million. But you've got people like Daniel Vavra, who obviously has made one of my favorite games for the last sort of 5-10 years in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, saying things like, after years, I finally see another AAA game on Kickstarter. It's by definition not a AAA game. A AAA game means it has a bunch of funding. This doesn't. And it looks absolutely fantastic and revolutionary. There's no game here. I don't get it. I don't know why he's saying this. He makes games. There's no game on display here. It's from a small team that has accomplished something that corporations have previously failed miserably at. Wink, wink, backed. What have they accomplished, bro? Unless they're, hiding a bunch of gameplay that they didn't show at the most crucial avenue of showing gameplay, there is no game here. Like, again, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be... I am a dick, it is what it is, but I'm not trying to be like horrible about the game or whatever, game. But there isn't anything shown here. It's a really well put together Kickstarter, and obviously people are asking questions in the comments, like specifically, when are you going to be showing code and things like that? And they're like, oh, in the coming months we'll be showing some stuff. Hey Capstan Games, what made you choose Q4 2026 for the arena release date, and what makes you confident that is achievable? Also, when will you show proof of game code? So far there is a clear showcase of beautiful models but no game code. Hope the project goes well. We feel it's an achievable goal with the internal work we've been doing. While that work is not yet ready to share, we'll be sharing our progress towards sea trials and arena as often as well as over the coming months. So what they mean here is the game's trying to release in like a Star Citizen. You're going to see this comparison quite a lot, always with Kickstarter. A Star Citizen, Chronicles of Valeria, in good company-esque release, where they're doing, first we're going to do the sea trials, which is just going to be a small area where you can, learn how to control the ships. Sea trials acts as both our first playable alpha release and a chance for you to hone your skills at sea. This will be a peaceful multiplayer sailing experience, allowing you and your friends to literally learn the ropes, watch how his multi-crew gameplay evolve throughout development. And we're planning for a Q1 2026 release, private release of Sea Trials. An early release may be possible depending on the success of Kickstarter campaign and its ability to facilitate a faster rate of production throughout the rest of 2025. Now, they're doing that, and then they're doing the arena, which they're aiming for Q4 2026, and then they're aiming for like the full release. Like, here's a module, develop on those. I don't even think this is a terrible idea, but then I will have this full game built out. And even if this company raised $5 million, if they were going to pay a team to develop this game that we're looking at right here, this screenshot, and this was all playable, it all looked like this, you know, $5 million over the next year would be like a 40-person studio or something like that. I've not done the math, but that sounds about right in my brain, from what I know. That would be like a 40-person studio to make this in a year. And if they didn't raise over $5 million,
I just dumped 1,000 legendary script on just legendary armor just to see if I can get better shit than what I have.
That's the sale of Kickstarter. Give us this amount of money, we'll produce this thing. But how would $80,000 stretch to Q4 2026 to even get the second module of this released? It doesn't.
There's a better left leg,
and that's always going to be the problem with Kickstarter, because there's nothing in here about
better right
trying
leg
to raise funds from other people. In fact, one of the things that they say here,
I didn't get a better chest.
Red flags me. Whenever a company or a person or whatever talks about,
there's a better left arm or right. Oh, I'm sorry, right, left leg,
they blame it
right
on like
leg.
this nebulous concept of like monetization boogeyman.
There's a better left arm.
You know, giving over creative control or monetization control, and they do this here.
But that's all I got.
They say, however, the challenges facing indie developers in today's volatile
right arm, left arm, chest.
Not wrong, by the way, definitely not wrong.
Right leg, left leg, and so I crack everything else.
Shifting economic priorities, securing private funding without compromising creative direction.
We got like a whole nother set now.
Difficult so far. We are steadfast in our refusal to dilute Ahoy's identity for the sake of convenience or market trends. Now, if a game existed of this that was like a prototype that actually worked and had proof of concept and was good, they wouldn't necessarily struggle to get funded
254,
right? They would have to give away.
I'll spend that on guns because I feel like I got what I was gonna get.
It wouldn't be like a crazy.
But maybe if I get something nice on the guns, it'll be with this credit.
Raise money privately for something is if you don't have something that people want to, like, put money into.
It's a lightweight harpoon gun. I like it because it weighs nothing.
People go to Kickstarter. I'm not even saying
and it hurts
like
super minions, but it's still not what I'm looking for.
I'm just saying that that's simply where you find yourself. It's not.
It's a nice 50 cal.
You wouldn't shove microtransactions in because the game. You know what are we talking about here? It's a game in 2025.
But it's still
if it's a multiplayer game,
but
it's
still no good.
Otherwise, you know, how are you raising money? And then the second red flag that always bothers me with shit like this is when they you know, part of the ship, part of the crew it. Which is, by backing Ahoy and Kickstarter, you become more than a supporter. You don't. You become part of Capstan's crew. You'll help shape the journey, influence key milestones, provide feedback and suggestions, meet new friends, and reconnect with our shared maritime past. Join a growing community of sailors, scholars, and adventurers who believe that history, when brought to life with care and craft, is the greatest story ever told. And then obviously they go through the team and blah, blah, blah. Now, it does feel bad being the person to always, you know, come in and shit on things that obviously some people are really excited about. But if you just look at it from like a realistic perspective, how is this going to be possible? Maybe this is the one, right? Of Kickstarter, whenever somebody posts something that's like a reasonable looking project for like 50 grand or whatever, that quite clearly could be developed by like a guy or two within, you know, a year or whatever, I'm like, yeah, that's realistic, that's reasonable, cool. You know, maybe I'll even back it. I've backed dozens of Kickstarters. Everybody knows I used to do the Kickstarter adventure videos where I'd go through and I'd back multiple Kickstarters per video usually. I've spent thousands of dollars on Kickstarter backing games. Some of them that have came out that have been really good, that I've enjoyed. Some of them that have never came out, some of them that will come out in the future.
Crossbow, those sell. That'll sell for its caps.
Like this,
people like crossbos.
one or two
They're rare.
developers in a basement shitting in the bucket.
You know, I've never shot
50%,
one actually. I don't think I've shot a
for
crossbow
year of
actually.
development, is it? This is like
Maybe that's a good weapon.
100+ person studio.
You
For
have to put a bunch of
multiple
perks
years
in
to
it, which
develop this.
sucks.
Like,
but maybe the gun's
I'm
good.
sorry, it just simply is.
That's our long-term vision. It's still on the horizon. But what we're building first is a solid foundation.
The thing is I really like the idea of this game, and if it was more realistic, I'd put some money into it. But I'm not one of these people that are gonna, dream a dreamer's dream and just piss money away on somebody else getting paid a paycheck basically for making.
Yeah, like
that
you just get rich while I
always love to be proven wrong, and in this case, I would absolutely love to, because I'd like to play a game like this. But if you are comfortable just throwing your money away on something and just hoping, because that's kind of what stuff like this is, right? People did it with Star Citizen, and I guess you got lucky that almost $1 billion later you've got what you've got, and you're being treated how you're being treated by the company, because they know that they can, due to what people have done over the years. But with a lot of other examples that didn't raise $1 billion, which is the only way Star Citizen's been allowed to continue. If it raised a reasonable amount of money, Star Citizen would have been gone 7 or 8 years ago. But if you throw enough money behind something, of course, realistically, they can continue developing something, and they will eventually have something. But with something like this, is this going to raise $1 billion? Would they need to? Obviously, I don't think so. But the point I'm trying to make is, I just don't see this materializing. And if it does, cool. If it doesn't, a bunch of these people, almost 3,000 at this stage, probably way more than that by the time it's finished, are going to be, sending me messages saying, Kira, have you looked into the Ahoy Kickstarter? Have you looked what's happened? Is there going to be a Kickstarter court video? Who knows? That maybe that's just me being cynical. Maybe that's just me being drowned in the fucking hundreds of Kickstarters that look way too good to be true and turn out to be exactly that. I don't say this about all Kickstarter games, obviously, as you well know if you keep up with the content, because some are more feasible than others. It's just ones that are supposed to look like this, right? And they're saying this is what the game's supposed to look like. They're saying it's a work in progress, all footage captured using in-game assets in Unreal Engine. That being said, my opinion changes nothing. They've been funded, and we'll have to wait and see how it goes. I wish everybody in this the best of luck, even if I think it's going to end in fucking absolute disaster. But I don't blame people for trying, right? If it's your dream to make a game and people like the idea of it, cool. I just think you're probably better off for your first game to start with something that isn't supposed to look like, a fucking crazy AAA game, and also then just have, multiplayer aspects and features that other games don't have for considerably more money. Either way, thanks for watching as always. Let me know what you think in the comments. Let me know if you think this is a realistic game and I'm just, jaded by the years of Kickstarter coverage. It's entirely possible. I don't think so, but, it could happen. And suggest content if you want to see me cover something. This topic specifically was suggested by somebody in Discord. And I will take a look if you link anything, send me an email, whatever it's going to be. Also, check out GamerSupps, link in video description. Go buy some waifu cups, some waifu merch. Go buy some waifu powder, and caffeinated, uncaffeinated, whatever.
So I'm going to try this new video format here and see what happens. I'm going to call it a Squid Tips Post-Action Report. The goals are information sharing, to tell you what I saw on the ground so that you are aware, because the mainstream media is just dog shit. The mainstream media is going to be focused around narratives, and the narratives are going to be around what is sensationalized, the spectacle part of it. The second is to give you tactical advice and strategies based on my experience so that you can take that to your actions, to whatever you're doing in your community.
Oh, they fucking backed up! They backed up! They backed up! They backed up! Y'all see the piggies run? You see them run? Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets?
Our streets!
Oh yeah!
I gotta move quickly. I don't have time to make these giant produced videos anymore where I go over my script and make sure everything is fully accurate and every detail is fleshed out. I'm just going to give you what highlights I can remember, and then I'm going to use video to reference back to it, and then maybe provide some narratives as necessary to clean it up. But yeah, I think you're going to like it a lot, though. So Let's go. So first off, on June 10th, Tuesday, Trump announced that they were going to start going into a bunch of other cities other than LA and sending ICE to start chasing people down, kidnapping and abducting people. We're way past the point where they're concerned about violent criminals. They're very openly just targeting anybody who is brown. And then they are going to sort out who the documented and undocumented people are and try to process as many of them out of this country as possible. They don't give a shit if it's a parent who has children at home. They don't give a fuck if it's a child. They don't give a fuck about somebody who is on medication that is going to then kill them later if they don't get it when they get deported. The pretext is still about safety, but it is very clear to anybody who isn't just falling for it and listening to them straight up that this is about building a white nation. The fucking TikToker who was really famous for doing the thing, like they kicked him out of the country, right? He wasn't doing shit. He took some influencer job that an American could have been doing. Come the fuck on. Earlier this week, ICE abducted somebody while their lawyer was in the bathroom at the federal building. Like that level of cruelty and just, it's really, really sick. So I'm trying to help people not get abducted by armed men in masks. So what I decided was I made a bunch of signs, just very simple ones that I just drew myself. And I woke up very early yesterday morning, and I went to every Home Depot and Lowe's in the greater Seattle area, from Linwood to West Seattle. And I talked to day laborers there. I told them what was happening, that ICE was doing raids, and I put up signs. Because at a minimum, I can make ICE's job harder. One of the biggest challenges is that information is not permeating into these communities, and I'm personally not engaged in these communities. I don't know anybody undocumented that I'm aware of. I mean, if I did, I wouldn't say it in this fucking camera and post it on the internet either, but yeah, I don't know anybody. So I need to go find them, where they're at. And that's one of the few places I know that they're at for sure. All of those people understood what ICE was. Many of them thanked me for sharing the information.
Man, fuck ICE! They're coming, brother, they're fucking coming. They're coming here today. ICE, they're coming. Today, big. They're starting to spread out, so spread the word. Here's when you're posted up. Yeah, they're today, it's coming like today. They're big pushing to Seattle and Chicago and New York, and they're bringing it. There's gonna be a lot of shit starting tonight.
He was right too. He was right.
That's why I'm trying to get to everyone I know and just. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, you too. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're today. They're going around and they're picking people up. I'm gonna put it here. Yeah. Thank you. Gracias.
There is a lot of fear. There is a lot of uncertainty. So the thing is that this was confirmed information. I knew this was happening. I didn't do it prior to the moment that I knew that ICE sweeps were actively coming in a heavy way. And I don't know what's happening in every community, but it's important to share that information when it's relevant and critical, rather than just creating an environment of fear and anxiety. There's some listed specifics for that, which I'll go ahead and post up here. You can either screenshot them or whatever. Utilize that as your framework. The day before, I was at the federal building, and I was with people who were actively trying to block ICE from coming in and out of the federal building where they're operating and doing all their processing. And that's where I met Katie Davis. Let me tell you a little bit about that before we move into what I did last night. While I was there, I had like a 30-minute conversation with her. A whole lot about how she thinks about things and how she lies to herself about what she's doing and other people. It's not complicated. These people are grifters, but again, in their own head, they don't think of it that way. She legitimately thinks of herself as a journalist.
The mass deportations thing is very new, I think, to everyone. So I think everyone's trying to navigate what the hell is even going on. No, I see them. At least for me.
Why do you not speak out more about that?
I'm a journalist.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm a journalist. I work for myself. I work for the truth. I'm here to share the truth. But you're part of an organization that is absolutely partisan, right? You acknowledge this, right? I mean, I can go Google it, right? I mean, it's underneath your little tagline on Twitter, but...
I'm not in any organization. I work for a news company.
Okay. Sure. Tomato, tomato. So the news company that you have has a specific perspective, right?
I mean, we're more conservative.
Sure. You have a specific perspective, exactly. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but we don't hide that.
Yeah.
So that means, you know, some people hide it.
What?
Like, you will never not know where you stand on certain issues, I guess.
I mean, what it seems like is that where you stand is that you say you don't support ICE, like stealing people, but what you're doing is you're actively creating propaganda which supports ICE stealing people under any condition, basically.
Not me. I report very straight on what they've been doing.
When you say straight.
Straight, as in there's no propaganda avenue for this.
So when Jonathan Cho cracked that guy in the face just a block away from here, and there was a cut between me talking to him and then him yelling at me to take my helmet off, which I obliged him and then took my helmet off right in front of him. I'm aware you might not remember. It's on your video. Your video would have caught all of it, and that's what I mean. Is like you can say that you can say you're not creating propaganda, but when you selectively edit certain things and put them up, that is.
I don't believe anything was selectively edited.
What is it cut? Then it was just cut for time. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay, you just cut the parts that are just kind of don't fit. Even though I saw 5 minutes of footage on your channel.
I feel like it was like, yeah, that was a very long video.
Yeah, and you cut the part where I took my helmet off. You cut the part. I know you don't. But it's a really. Do you feel like that's convenient? Like that you just kind of remembering. You are part of a right-wing propaganda machine that comes here. You create and you start things, and you generate. It goes right to Fox News. Your clips were on Fox News.
Okay, they're media.
They're not media. They're propaganda. I mean that's a very generous term. What is journalism to you?
Telling the truth, all sides. That's what I want to do.
My main goal in interacting with her was to just chew up her time and prevent her from seeing anything super relevant or important, which I couldn't be there forever, and she stayed a lot longer than I did. So yeah, it's something that has kind of limited utility and value. Like, I didn't record her very well because I was just doing it from my phone on my chest. I wasn't like staring at her. I was trying to have an natural conversation. But my favorite part was when she turned the camera on. Boom, she got a video of me and her, and she goes over and told her and asked her a bunch of questions. Where I put a donut in my mouth. Make the peace sign and was explaining how I'm an anarchist. I'm an Antifa anarchist, which is true. It's pretty well, right? Like, this kind of looks
which is true.
Are you out of LA right now? You look. This is your site. Is it part of the propaganda?
3 master points of what?
I'm an anarchist.
Hatchet?
I've never been arrested. I have been in the back of the cop car though. It sucked. Honestly, if you've ever interacted with the police, it's really radicalizing. You realize how crappy police will treat you for doing literally nothing.
So the thing I realized is that their strategy is to get you to talk as much as possible, because the more you talk, the more likely you're to say something that's going to make you look stupid. Think about Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder going to these like college campuses where they're feeding these college students, kind of they have their talking points and they're feeding them themselves. They get enough people to look kind of dumb. Remember, a right-wing narrative is that people on the left are just ignorant, stupid, childish. They're not aware of how the world really works. We don't have the jobs. We don't live in reality. We're all just kind of either grifting off of our parents or just lazy pieces of shit. So what I found was actually effective was getting them to start asking them questions based on the training they were trying to present. The best ones I had were asking, what is a fascist? Define that word. Because you ask, am I there to stop the fascists? Well, what's a fascist, Katie?
Now, I want people to tell you.
This is going
Tell us about Antifa. Tell us about you guys.
Antifa is anyone who wears black according to you. Anyone who dresses in black is Antifa to you.
And you're Antifa.
What does Antifa stand for? Anti-fascist? What's a fascist?
Are you here to shut down the fascists?
What is a fascist?
Are you here to shut down the fascists?
What is a fascist, Katie?
You're supposed to tell me.
No. I'm confirming you understand. I understand what a fascist is. It seems like you and your news network do not. So I'm asking, what is a fascist do? I feel like it's a pretty simple question. You can turn it off if that's a difficult and embarrassing question for you. But the fact that you do not understand what these concepts mean is like the definition of how can you be a journalist if you don't understand what these things mean?
I obviously do, but I feel like.
What do you mean you obviously do? You have not said it. None of that is obvious to me.
If you are shutting down other people's speech inside, what Black Walk Antifa does
part of the way right-wingers win is, again, every accusation is a confession, right? They think you're dumb and stupid. They want you to look that way. The reality is they're pretty fucking dumb and stupid. So get them to demonstrate that. Remember how much right-wing agitprop just has a series of assumptions about words like fascist, anarchist, communist. Don't fall into the trap of just talking and spinning off of the way they frame things. Clarify. Force critical thinking.
I think you seem smarter. You seem smarter than the other guys. Yeah, you seem smarter. And that's what makes me upset. Because you seem like a smart person, and it's like disappointing that an intelligent person is like part of this. And that you're using your intelligence to hurt other people, to like enable hurting other people. Do you think that other people getting cooked up at Home Depot, are they getting hurt?
Testify, brother.
No.
To hurt other people, that's what it's for.
Okay. Yeah, you never seen Cops, you never seen Live PD, you never... Yeah, okay, well, Cops...
I do have a parking ticket.
It's difficult, Katie, it's difficult to have, like... It's difficult to respect... I want to respect you, I want to like you.
You do like me. I can tell.
It's difficult.
I can tell you actually like me.
I want to like you, but it's difficult when I feel like you're being so dishonest with me, because I live my life pretty honestly.
I am honest.
Except for the...
Actually, for me...
You don't know what happens. You're not sure if people getting picked up at Home Depot are getting harmed.
I'm sure it's terrifying.
Do you think they're getting harmed?
No.
No. So you think when the father doesn't come home to their kids after a day when they're supposed to be working to put food on the table, is that harm?
That's very sad for the kids, but also when an American father gets arrested and doesn't come home,
It doesn't take a lot to care about the guy at Home Depot not being able to go to his family. Who knows who doesn't do that?
I think it's sad that they made that choice.
The kids didn't make any choices. So you're cool with punishing children. You're cool with punishing children. Right? I mean, that's the logical conclusion. Yeah, I mean...
Like the mainstream media, they are there to capture the spectrum, not information. They are not gathering information to provide to their community. They are there to create propaganda. So I spent a couple hours in the federal building, and then I had to go to work, so I did. And after that point is when things actually started to kind of heat up over there. People are starting to realize that the best tactic you have is just put things in ice in the common way. You know, whatever's around. One of the most typical things you can find in cities like Seattle, fucking limelight scooters. People are creating physical barriers and walls, making it very difficult for them to come in and out of the building and in the building, so they have to stay out. The reason I went that way is people were concerned with and trying to do a mass arrest in the federal building, and that didn't really happen. I saw the bike cop going around here and there, but for the most part, not really involved. So maybe that's what being a sanctuary city gets to. The blockade of the appearance of that building continued until 1:30 a.m. the next day. So people are active and involved constantly. It is a constant effort. Dawn of the moments of there being just specific actions at specific days. This is now a all-the-time fight and battle. All right, so now we get back to yesterday, which started with me running around to all the different Home Depots and Lowe's in Seattle, and ended with me. The evening started at Cal Anderson Park. There was a rally starting at 7 p.m. there. So that's when I showed up. I invited all my friends to come, and I had about 5 bikes total that were there with me. Whenever the event starts, things don't actually start until about an hour afterward, right? They give about an hour for people to gather and arrange and plan. My team showed up around 7:15 to a park nearby to sync up our cardos and kind of talk about our game plan for what we were going to do. I figured there was kind of going to be 2 phases. There was going to be the march phase, and then there was going to be some sort of stand around rally event, which, again, I figured would end at the federal building, even though that wasn't something that was discussed. The more these things go to, the more you're going to start just understanding how they work. And now that I've been to 10 or something in the last couple months, I know the plans kind of proactively without needing to engage with anybody specifically. We rolled by the park, and pretty quickly we saw a couple hundred people rallying near the north side. Once the pack started to move, we tried to get to the front area because the goal at that point is to then provide traffic control. The goal of traffic control is A, to keep people safe, right? Cars not just trying to run through, plow through groups of people. The second is to help cars get around, people who don't want to just be stuck in a crowd of people for 10 minutes as they wander by. This helps de-escalate conflict. You know, some people are like into it and they're high-fiving and they're honking their horns, right? And then some people are like, get the fuck out of the way, I'm so mad. You know, I'm not saying that's totally invalid. I don't know what people's situation is. I'm sure a lot of them just going to a movie or something and don't want to be late. And then C is to inform them of why are people there, what is happening. And what I have found is that a lot of people knew what was happening in this time. And that's great, because knowing what's going on is activating and actually doing something about it. So yeah, we zigzagged through Seattle until eventually we get to the Federal Building. When we got there, there was already a couple hundred people there. So that was a really fun moment. It's very much this feeling of reinforcement have arrived.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Fuck ice!
Fuck ice! Fuck ice!
Don't push me out! Don't push me out!
I love this kid. I want to be like this kid. I was like this kid when I was a kid. I don't know why I can't be like that when I'm 40. I will.
You know, it was like there might have been. There was probably what I saw was like 100 or so officers with, you know, dozens of vehicles between like the SPD and the unmarked ones and the fucking paddy wagons and all that shit. Didn't see any LRAD all night. That's the little jam box speaker thing with sonic weapons. They sometimes just use for like audio communication, giving people warnings, dispersal, you know, announcements, shit like that. There was a helicopter involved. It's the first time I saw that, and they were definitely doing the rounds and yelling shit out by the end of the night. Talk more about that later. But at no point did it feel like we were surrounded and held by the police at this federal building. They had blocked off certain intersections. Basically, they focused on the high ground, and they left the low ground for us. I spent about 20, 25 minutes there, hanging out, talking to people. People are starting to recognize me now, and there's on their stickers, and I'm happy to oblige. I really enjoyed it because I've had some difficult, frustrating conversations with other organized groups, but the people in the streets, I don't have problems with those people. Those people love me. Those people are judging me off of my actions, not off of a perception of who I am or what I do. They see what I do. They know what I do. They're there for it. I cannot forget things inside and about other groups there. But, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm not here for trouble. I'm here to fucking get this fucking country back on track. By that, of course, I mean socialism kind of institution. Then at some point, a girl walked up to me and asked me where Cal Anderson was, and we were 2.5 miles away. Largely not knowing. So, I offered to give her a ride back to her car. I like backpacking as well. I like getting the flying in front of the motorcycle, and to be honest, it was kind of like a trial run for this idea I've had for a while, which is to basically set up an event where me and a bunch of other bikes do like a taxi service back and forth down Alpine, just like a one-way thing with people. And so it worked out well. I'm excited to try that out later. Hopefully. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So that was like a 15, 20-minute detour. Came back. The dumpster fire had started. The smell of smoking lime scooters. So I get back, start talking to my crew about what's going on, go back to the gas station. Around 9:30, the cops decided that they were going to start pressing forward towards that dumpster fire. People started running around, explaining that the cops started doing action and that we need to prepare for that. I'm AJ. Who are you? Good to meet you, Emery. At this point, there were probably 200 maybe people or so. It's kind of what it looks like to me. And the vast majority of people just kind of didn't know about it, you know, not really doing much of anything. There were people fucking talking to cops, and there were people that were doing medical shit and helping people and giving food to people and stuff. And I'm sure, you know, obviously there's people doing graffiti and whatever. But it's just largely people hanging out in the streets on a summer night together for a reason, because they want to support each other. That's how I see it, at least. So I'm down here. We just marched from Cal Anderson to the Federal Building here. So we're at the Fuck Ice protest. We did a little bit of improvement to the Federal Building. Just to improve the art, the paint, the floor. Let's Let's see what else we got. Let's go hang out. There's probably, I would love to say there's at least 500 people here, maybe more. So far, no real violence or anything. Just chilling. I mean, property damage. Who gives a fuck about property? Property over people, right? Right?
Our streets. Our streets.
And then there's people like Brother Matthew, who's just this provocateur who comes to just yell about God shit and how much queer people suck and whatever. I mean, I find him to be pretty harmless. I have heard him attack people in the past. I don't know. I mainly just saw him lying on the ground crying and whining. And yeah, I just handed some stickers out around him. But again, he is laying down, very vulnerable, in the middle of all these people in black. And it just does not fit the narrative of Fox News. These are violent Antifa. I mean, the dude would be ripped a fucking sunder if any of that was fucking true. The truth is, my opinion is that people in Seattle are far more peaceful, far less likely to resort to violence than people in other communities. We're very white. We're very liberal. People feel like they have something to lose here. They're not as comfortable using their privilege. They haven't been doing their anarchist calisthenics. But yeah, at some point, South decided they're going to push forward. They're going to start taking ground in front of that federal building. And people start kind of running. And my goal in that moment, if that starts happening, people will panic. And that's when there is real danger of people pushing each other over, people getting hurt because they get stomped on or stepped on or lose their balance, you know, on that giant fucking hill we were on. In those moments, I'm trying to be a calming factor. I'm trying to demonstrate, hey, relax. Nothing happened. Nobody's shooting. They're not going to just start charging hundreds of people. Like, the cops don't want to get hurt, and that puts them at risk. I think it puts them in far less risk than they think, but they feel at risk. They feel exposed. So as the cops start to create their little bike wall, and then the protesters start to create their little, you know, umbrella shield wall for CS and all that stuff, I had an idea. I played a lot of Rome Total War. So I got the team I had and said, hey, let's go make some noise. See what happens. Even I was surprised how effective the strategy was.
Oh, they're marching back up. Oh man, the bike wall. The bike wall! You know what we could do is we could go up behind them with the motorcycles and fucking do weird shit. Behind the bike line? Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Let's go, we'll go up there, we'll make a bunch of fucking noise and freak them out. It's amazing what a little exhaust noise will do to a motherfucker. Again, cops are built different, more afraid. I truly think one of the most defining characteristics of modern American police
fear.
Is they are just afraid of fucking everything and everyone. I think it's kind of logical. You know, you are a tool, you are the private military for a state that is oppressing people. People don't like you. Your job is to enforce rules that don't actually make people safer. They just protect property. And you're seen like that by a lot of people.
What's up there?
Especially since 2020.
How are they doing that? What?
Legal monopoly on violence.
How are they doing that?
That's their power. That's why numbers are important, because there's only so many bullets in the chamber. If you go back and read history, right? You look at Napoleon, you look at Hitler, you look at all these different authoritarian dictatorships. The way they fuck up and the way they ultimately fall is that they take too many battles. They can never stop, right? Because they have to keep
I didn't know this was up here.
Keep projecting their power, which means they need to maintain aggression. well past the point that it is tactically sound. A character trait of authoritarian dictators is they don't listen to other people. They think they are the smartest, most intelligent person in the room, in every room, at all times. You know, Pete Hegseth is not the head of the military because he's a strategic genius. He's there because he kisses ass better than anyone else. And you just have to look at the way he handles fucking sensitive material to see that. So yeah, our little moto action seemed to push the police back, and that was such a huge rallying moment for people when we came back to the group as victors.
Wait. I'm doing it anyway. Fuck no. Who's straight? 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 Hell yeah!
That was absolutely the highlight of my night, by far. Even though I dropped my bike and broke my peg right afterward. It's just a bike. Who cares? I needed to upgrade my rear sets anyway. After that was a lot of hanging out and talking until we decided, hey, we should go do that again. And, you know, pride comes before the fall. I wanted to escalate, you know, I wanted to kick it up a notch. So I thought to myself, what's a thing I haven't done in a really, really long time, but I think I know how to do? A burnout. I got a brand new tire, why the fuck not? Then I remembered why the fuck I don't do this.
It's because it's a new tire. It doesn't fucking work.
It's a nice bike. Hells yeah, Seattle. Alright, I'm gonna move on here. See, the internet died a little yesterday.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and yesterday the internet died. Very briefly, but the internet did in fact die. A whole chunk of the internet just decided to go belly up out of nowhere. Now if you were, using the internet sometime between like 2 p.m. Eastern yesterday, you probably noticed that a lot of your favorite websites just decided to not work for a little bit. And, there's a website known as Down Detector that you can go to that'll give you a great idea of what exactly dies, right? So, surprisingly, around the time Google ended up having this spike of reports, so did Spotify, so did Snapchat, so did DoorDash, so did Discord, so did the Google Cloud. Cloudflare.
Google Cloud.
In fact,
Cloudflare.
going all the way down to even YouTube, obviously, started to have some issues.
Oh, no.
If you were playing games on Steam, well, you probably noticed some issues there. Fortnite, similar issues. AWS, a little bit unrelated, but if you were playing the Pokemon TCG, you've got some issues. Were you watching Netflix? Absolutely facing what appeared to be a little bit of issues around those times. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't exactly a good time. And you might be wondering, why did some of the biggest websites in the world all die briefly at the same time? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was because Google made a mistake. Now, there's been a lot of speculations that it was a cyber attack. And there's a lot of crazy shit going on these days right now. Like, I believe right now Iran is going to get invaded by Israel. Like, there's a lot of crazy stuff. And there were people speculating that maybe it was the Iranian government or Iranian cyber attackers basically hitting a lot of American companies. And I just want to quell this by saying that's not the case. I read a couple of news pieces here, some comments being thrown around, but I just wanted to make this very evident. This was not a scary cyber attack. This was what happens when one person, one configurator at Google, made a little bit of a mistake that had a massive ripple effect on the entire internet. Now, if you go to the old friends over at the Google Cloud, one website you can always go to if you ever just want to get a quick idea is status.cloud.google.com. Now, in the internet, in the modern internet that we use, there's literally like 3 companies that control 70% of the world's internet.
And I went to the wrong one.
Google, one of them. That would be Microsoft through the Azure Cloud Platform. And it would be Amazon's AWS. Okay, so these are 3 companies that control roughly 60 to 70% of the current internet that we use. So imagine if these 3 companies were to suddenly have actual tech issues, literally today, you would lose access to 60 to 70% of the world's websites or the internet or the common internet that me and you love to use. So that should show you how fragile the internet is. Basically, we're kind of on the balance of some of the biggest companies basically working every single day. So again, it's really important that the engineers behind here make sure that cyber attacks don't really happen or issues like this just don't happen. So obviously right now, everything is good and fine, okay? Everything just works out of the box. But literally yesterday, it was not working out of the box, okay? In fact, June 12th, literally yesterday, they were going around saying multiple Google Cloud products are experiencing service issues. So of course, down the road, their engineers are providing literally updates like every 20 minutes. I'm sure there's somebody in the office just whipping them like crazy, asking them, what's the problem? What's going on? People are losing some serious time, and we are... So yeah, roughly at 2 o'clock p.m., they were freaking out over here, and probably around an hour or 2 later, the engineers found the actual root cause and started to mitigate the problems. So at this moment in time, the engineering teams were like, yeah, we were starting to see things come back, but even then, they did not have an ETA for a full service recovery. Of course, thankfully, almost 2 hours later, they finally did find out that yes, we will recover within less than an hour. So there was a misconfiguration that actually happened in something known as the Identity and Access Management Systems at the actual Google Cloud, okay, which caused a ripple effect that, of course, obviously affected tons of companies. So Spotify, Discord, Snap, Shopify, Replit, Anthropic, all these companies were basically being hit one by one. Even Cloudflare, these guys are huge when it comes to the CDN game on the internet, okay? Again, the internet is basically propped up by some of these big companies. Everything is in the cloud, okay? And I'm gonna get to exactly why that's a little bit scary just after we talk about the technicals here. So yeah, Cloudflare goes, yeah, we suffered a significant outage that affected a large set of critical services. So they go through every single service that got hit. And they basically said it lasted 2 hours and 28 minutes, at least from them, right? And it affected all of their customers and everything out there. So obviously they're pretty sorry about it, because the last thing Cloudflare expects is the technology that they're using to just suddenly go belly up on them. Because honestly, they could probably try to fix whatever's on their end, but if the problem lies at another company in California, there ain't much you can do other than basically hope that they get their shit together. Maybe you can work with them a little bit, but yeah, it was basically the internet was hanging by a thread, a little bit. But of course, thankfully, they said this that this was not the result of an attack or any massive security event. This was literally just an engineer misconfiguring something. Now, if you're wondering, is there going to be some firing going on? I actually really doubt it. I don't think there's going to be anything super serious. These things do tend to happen. And honestly, at some point, you'd be surprised if at least once upon a year, the internet doesn't completely break on us, right? At least, thankfully, it gave the ability for people to go out and touch some grass for a few hours, just until the internet actually ended up coming back. But let's say that you were somebody that was, I guess, door dashing or maybe Ubering around. If you were affected by this, I'm sure that it probably did affect your grind a little bit. And to be fair, this is a ripple effect that's happened throughout everyone yesterday, okay? So again, you can see how millions of dollars can be lost. You can see how a lot of bad things can happen if the internet just chooses to die. Now, one of the things that people don't really talk about this like crazy is just how much of the internet is effectively run by a few companies out there, right? Like Amazon effectively runs 30 to 35%, from what I understand, of the global cloud infrastructure. Microsoft comes at with like, I think 20 to 25%, and Google has even just 10%. But 10% is a lot when you think about how big the internet actually is. So when you have 60 to 70% basically controlled by these guys, and one of them goes down, yeah, it sucks. You know, last year it was Microsoft that had an issue, and the year before it was Amazon that had an issue. So realistically, every year somebody's going to have a problem. Now, even when it comes to things like content delivery networks, obviously things like Cloudflare provide, I believe, like 20% of the CDN reverse proxying to all the world? And then the only other company that's equivalent to them is Akamai, okay? So again, even when it comes to CDNs, there's not really a whole lot of individual companies. There's maybe 2 companies that basically every other large company calls for. When it comes to things like DNSs, right? Cloudflare basically controls, I think, like 15%. They're the #1 DNS group out there. Google themselves is the largest public DNS provider. So yeah, the internet is effectively kind of propped up by a few of these companies, okay? A small group of companies control basically the entire internet infrastructure, all the way from hosting things onto the cloud to giving us DNS resolution for our internet, okay? So if you're ever wondering why my internet stops working, sometimes it really do be hinging on the actual backs of some of these organizations, and that's pretty much the scary side of it. So when you're looking at things like internet outages, like looking at the Thousand Eyes internet outage map, right? Like you had 92 reports in China, which are probably for a different thing related to China Telecom. You had 24 issues in Singapore, but literally yesterday, you had hundreds of problems all throughout the United States, okay? So you had issues in Los Angeles, New York, you had problems all the way down in Atlanta. It was just a shitty situation. Google was affected, Spotify was affected, Microsoft was slightly affected. Everyone had a little bit of an effect going on. Now, I think it's just scary when obviously you look at how important these services are and how much it's pretty much imperative that they have to keep working nonstop. You know, it's not a shock that when you talk about like how important Google is, like even though that Apple and Google are kind of competitors in terms of like mobile phones and like the App Store, so to speak, it's hilarious. Like back in 2021, Apple was literally the largest client that Google had from a corporate perspective. So when it came to how much Apple spent on cloud storage, they were spending around $300 million just to host things like the App Store and all of their extra stuff on their internet. And so when it came out to how much data that they stored on Google services, back in 2020, it was reported that they stored 470 petabytes. Basically meaning that if you looked at the total amount of data that apparently they had on Google's cloud, you're looking at 8 exabytes of information. I mean, that is crazy when you really think about how much storage is happening, right? But obviously, this is, again, one big company requiring the services of another big company. You might be like, but Muda, why does Apple, a company that's like what, like the 3rd richest company in the world, why the fuck would they need Google? And that's because clouds and the infrastructure behind running the internet is honestly just a game that only a few people really have their hands in, right? Like, it's Google, it's Microsoft, it's Amazon, and honestly, it's Meta, which is basically Facebook. It's really these companies and a few other companies outside of the United States that effectively control the infrastructure of the internet. So if one company goes...
Quoth is preparing for one of their routine planet-side campaigns, and as a premium they want to offer special bottles of the ubiquitous drink. To be honest, there is nothing special about the drink. It's the same cola, with the same water, color, sugar, additives, and perfectly legal trace elements that you'd find on any civilized planet in the cluster. What's important isn't so much the brand as the bottles themselves. They were manufactured on another planet, so their design is subtly different from what's available where you're taking them, and the labeling indicates their origins. People go crazy for this stuff. I'm serious. This will be hard for a capsular to understand, but most people don't even travel that much between the continents on their own planets. To hold in your hand an item that was manufactured in another solar system is an experience that's truly special to a huge number of people. This only works for things like Quoth, mind you. Taking anything this thoroughly familiar and changing it just slightly has a higher excitement freakout value than even if you'd brought in some unknown artifact made by actual aliens. Editing on local. 3 lines 20 words 107 chars. PSSSH. Keep moving. I don't trust the sealants on those crates, and I'd hate for the quiff to go flat.
Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page text to audio. It works on a variety. Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension. Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page. Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page text to audio. It works on a variety. Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page text to audio. It works on a variety of websites, including news sites, blogs, fan fiction, publications, textbook.
Nice, this thing's 42 days old. Nice. Yeah, are we all set? I think we are. Yeah. Space trucking. There we go. Now I've got 8 ships guarding me. We're just going to let this keep building. Excuse me. We're just going to let this keep building because it's like, you know, just building money for me. And, yeah. And eventually I'll have like 50 ships following me, and then I'll go ass kicking across, and I'll just keep like stacking up a lot of money. And well, no, I'll just go around doing like battle conquest stuff.
Goes down out of all these companies, that has a massive ripple effect, as we saw yesterday, on a big chunk of the internet. Now imagine if instead of Google, it was something like Amazon, right? Imagine if Amazon and even Microsoft had went down. That would take down the internet far more than what we just saw yesterday. If you thought yesterday was kind of weird and bad, imagine if all of these cloud services suddenly stopped working day one. We would probably lose access to basically the internet as we know it. In fact, communication, a lot of the things that we kind of rely on to talk to each other, to share information around, to share the news, to share God knows what, all of that would be gone. The internet is a fragile vixen. And, you know, if these companies all unanimously go down, or let's just say they get cyber attacked, then we're looking at a pretty catastrophic day in human history when just the ability to communicate with each other just goes out, you know, from the world. Forget the fact that you won't be able to watch your cutesy YouTube video like this, or you won't be able to watch your Netflix movie. If you lose the ability to communicate and share information, that can absolutely spark some real pandemonium. Remember about a year ago when we saw problems with CrowdStrike where one update basically destroyed a whole bunch of Windows systems and it threw airports into complete pandemonium because all of a sudden they couldn't even access their computers and they needed like a whole bunch of IT nerds with flash drives to basically go around and plug them into each system and fix them? Yeah, it's these kind of small problems. Anytime something small changes, it has a massive ripple effect, which completely throws the world into some level of scary pandemonium. And thankfully, there exists enough coffee and enough computer nerds to basically fix any of these issues, at least when they arise. But it should kind of wake you up to how fragile the internet is. That's all I'm really getting at here. You know, one of the beautiful things that I saw about the internet, and this is before the days of like social media, basically like turning the internet into this cloud-controlled world that we were in, was like a federated internet, which basically meant that the internet was hosted by the average individuals, and there was a lot more self-hosting going on. And obviously back in the day with like things like these forums, this is not a federated forum from my understanding, but back in the day I used to go onto plenty of different forums. This is just an alien forum that I go to. But back before, like, I would say, you know, the YouTube era, back before YouTube was a thing, we're talking early 2000s internet, a lot of people just hosted their own websites, their own servers. Everything was federated. In fact, even nowadays, if you want to host your own website using your own internet connection, it takes a little bit of port forwarding, setting up an Apache web server, and just basically managing your own service. Obviously, the only thing you have to worry about then is your bandwidth. Nowadays, the internet is basically, you know, all run inside the cloud. And basically when you deal with the cloud, you're effectively dealing with somebody else's hard drive, somebody else's servers with a virtualized client for you running underneath. So a couple days ago when I was talking about one of the a YouTube channel that Google had basically targeted to take down, Slope's Game Room, thankfully their issue is fixed. But they put their information up into the cloud, somebody else's servers, and because they had basic control over all their information, because ultimately you are just using somebody else's computer, in this case it's Google's computer, they basically have the decision to control what you can and cannot do on your system. And if God forbid something happens to their servers catastrophically where you could lose your information, there almost is no recourse to it. And especially if you're somebody that runs your business off of the cloud, well, one mistake from one vendor can cost you hours, your money, and God knows what else. But yeah, the internet is truly a fragile, fragile beast. And it's kind of scary that nowadays the internet is in this space where it's basically controlled by a few companies. And honestly, the internet is such an unsustainable behemoth now because there's just so much information that flows through. There's so much processing that is happening on the internet. I mean, even just with the advent of artificial intelligence, the internet has become too big and it's consuming way too much, at least in my opinion, for it to truly be sustainable. I really don't think that this is going to be going for a long time unless there's some serious changes made at the infrastructure, at least in my personal opinion. But yeah, Google, because of a misconfiguration, not a cyber attack, basically caused the internet to go into pandemonium. A lot of the biggest services that you and I use on a daily basis went down, all because Google made a slight mistake. Now, thankfully, they fixed it within a few hours. But imagine if this was a cyber attack. Imagine if something really catastrophic happened. What would the internet look like for the next few days? Imagine an internet blackout simply because some of the biggest companies in Silicon Valley just went belly up or some serious mistake actually occurred. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what happened yesterday, and hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you enjoyed today's video. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Oh, that's what I look like? Cool. Al Selton. I like the live stream way more. I think the game's cooler as like a fucking like a sim that like plays kind of like a TV show. I wish it didn't have letterboxes. You can toggle it, I guess. And then you just leave it like that until you need to check the money or whatever. I could just pop into this menu and it takes me out of that. But then if I want, I can just hit 3. And then I'm in live. This is the best delivery of the game. I didn't really like realize, but this is what I should be in all the time. We'll fight more B. Yes, we'll fight more B. We'll fight more B. Cool. Look how cool that looks. I wish I could get this view with the help bar all the time, but it man, like, yeah, the game looks way cooler like that. There we go. I'm looking forward to about 5 years moving to 4K. It's gonna improve my life, but I don't think the streams are really doing that so well. Oh, toggle channel lock. I see channel lock on him, but no. Okay. So it just roams around. Yeah, that's way cooler. I should just keep it in this mode all the time unless I need to do something. And I'll just check my money every once in a while. Let the game fucking play. I love this fucking game. No, wait. Just go back. Yeah, that's good. Alright, we have a space truck turning. Go back out. Okay. Out we go again. Cool. The game is beautiful. Cool. Space stuff. Alright, so what else? Go to premium. See what else here. Brace for the storm. New host. Fallout 76. Top 5 camps update. Why this rapper keeps robbing a streamer?
So, rappers are not your friends. Okay, now we've all seen this guy, Jack Doherty, get his chain took, not snatched. He kind of just let Lil Baby take it, and some people think it's fake. Me personally, I would never let a grown man caress. I mean, just look at this. He unfastens the chain by caressing Jack's neck, and that's a flag on the play instantly. But I don't know, man. This looks real to me.
He robbed his
chain.
chain.
See this kid being so fanned out that he would just let Lil Baby touch his neck, and he gets a lot of hate on the internet, so I'm gonna try to be fair to him, alright? He has to at least have one redeeming quality, right? I don't think his parents ever taught him right from wrong, though. Pretty sure when he was a kid, they were the ones that drove him to camp outside of YouTubers' houses, so he definitely did not have the best example at home. And this is called affluenza, which basically means that you were raised with so much privilege and little restriction that your parents basically never instilled morals in you, I guess. Anyway, his girlfriend was trying to get him to go to the police about his chain being taken, and if this is real, I guess he probably should have. Why do I say this? Well, Jack is not a street guy, he's not a gang member, and if he was just gonna take his chain back, he should have reached through the window right here and smacked Lil Baby, or took his chain and ran. But since he's walking around with these two girls who are
dude, look at the game sim this crazy battle.
He couldn't just run off and leave them, as they definitely help pay his rent. But bro, don't act like you don't want to get Lil Baby in trouble just because you a fan and you like his music. This man is not your friend, and he like 31 years old. So that means when Jack was 5, Lil Baby was already in high school. But this could very well be a stunt. If it's not fake, however, then I would say that Lil Baby is only hanging around streamers because he himself has become less relevant in recent times. But if this is real, I must say, it's lame, bro. Lil Baby, you get no points for this. I don't want to see you trying to bully a streamer. And if this is fake, this is lame on Lil Baby's end as well, because now you are on this guy's level. And he's already made it clear that he'll do anything, bro. He'll crash a car, manage his girlfriend's OnlyFans. There's literally nothing he won't do for clout. You might as well move into his house and further contribute to the brain rot, which you kind of already are. Now, Jack already paid Lil Baby like $200,000 to perform at his birthday, which, bro,
Lil Baby?
I wouldn't even pay Steph Curry $200,000 to teach me how to shoot.
But especially not Lil
Sure,
Baby.
I 100% believe this happened because this is the same guy that said he pays $60,000 a month for rent. $60,000. That's $720,000 a year. Just buy a house, bro. I know he's very annoying and kind of a menace to society, but does he look like he's all there? Like, what does this man think about? Probably not much. There really does not appear to be much brain activity going on behind his eyes. And I would feel bad if I just made a video bullying him because there's plenty of those on the internet. I'm trying to be fair, but this is kind of dumb. This 31-year-old man is not your friend, Jack. These girls are not your friends either, because if they ever started making more than you per month without being in some type of contract with you, they would probably just leave and start a content house or something. See, if Lil Baby was a real big homie, he would at least give you some game, some knowledge. Instead, he just took your chain and came up another $200,000 off you, allegedly. And I saw another channel point this out, but Jack is a horrible actor, so that's one reason that makes me think this is real, because he actually looks like he was about to cry in this video, through the whole video. You can even hear it in his voice, man. Like, he was trying to keep it together and not cry in front of the girls, but he 100% cried when he got home. He even said he didn't understand why it happened because he loves Lil Baby. How sad. This scene is still funny of Lil Baby dancing in his face, but still, bro, you get no points for this. Do this to a street nigga, not a streamer. A streamer that's already been slapped several times on camera already. Or better yet, do this to his security guard, bro. And to be honest, I really can't think of many reasons why Lil Baby would actually do this, but this is why I make videos about these old-ass rappers that play tough. I want to see him try to do this to one of the little YNs in Atlanta. If he ever does this to somebody that would fight back, I'll stop mentioning him. I'll start posting the hug from the back picture, and I'll even make an hour-long video about how real he is. Just do this to one of the YNs in Atlanta without getting turned into Swiss cheese. This man your biggest fan, bro. Don't do him like that. That ain't right. I know he's a goofy. I know he bothers people and hide behind security, but you get no points, bro. You're supposed to be a gangster. You know what? I didn't want to have to do this, but I bet he wouldn't have touched Michael Rubin's chain. I bet if Mike gave Lil Baby a chain to wear like one of his side chicks, Dominique would make sure he got his chain back. And obviously he did give the chain back, but look, whatever is going on, I have to admit that he's at least doing his part to stay relevant, I guess. Whether he's playing or just really taking L's, people have been making videos about him falling off for months, and he still is at least relevant, and on the internet, if you know how to use it, then that means you didn't fall off. He does need to get it together though, bro. Trust me, I was not gonna make a whole video defending him, but if he actually used his time to do more than look like an idiot and manage the careers of girls that have a 50% chance of suing him in 10 years, he'd maybe not be universally disliked. I might actually be the only channel on YouTube that spoke at least from more than one angle on this. I know people would say he deserves for bad things to happen to him, but no, bro, we can't be saying stuff like that. Either way you look at it, this is a weird game for anybody to be playing, and you can't just get your chains took twice in less than a year, but I still don't know if the LA thing even happened or if that was just a stunt between him and Adam 22. And I'm actually surprised I haven't seen them collaborate more, since they both seem to be very similar when it comes to doing anything for views. The main difference though is that Jack Doherty does way more numbers than Adam 22, and that honestly might just be due to him having a younger fan base. He wouldn't necessarily have to have Lil Baby take his chain and get views, right? Just simply streaming in the club with him would have brought in viewers. I must admit that it did in fact bring in more to get his chain taken, but I don't know. Just be more creative, right? Then you wouldn't have to clickbait. And again, this could be real.
Oh, channel lock and object
chance
lock.
to say that, so I'll just leave it there. Anyway, that's enough brain rot for me. Thank you guys for watching as always, and for all the support. We almost hit 100K subscribers, and I still can't believe it, but of course, it's only because of you guys.
And don't forget to join the Discord, bastards.
And don't forget to join the Discord. You can find the link in the community tab, or better yet, I'll just put it in my bio. So don't forget to chase your dreams and don't text and drive. I'll see you next time.
Don't text and drive. Oh, thank you, Trap University. I've liked the sub to your channel.
So, rappers are not your friends. Okay, now we've all seen this.
Stop.
I know I have some Marines in chat. My father was a Marine, as you all know, or some of you know at least. And here they are in LA. I mean, look at that shot right there. Somehow they managed to tag up there. That must have been day one when they graffitied up there on that wall, because I can't see any reality in which someone would be able to get back there and paint. This is actually kind of interesting, since this is the first time I've been able to come over here. Let me show you guys how it's looking. This is one of the first crazy clips that happened, was right here. People, I believe, were up to that kind of like parking entrance area. You see where it's gated? People were there on day one when things were just kicking off. And the police really stepped up their response in pushing people back on that day. And since then, you know, things have kind of spiraled out of control, and now they're somewhat coming back to earth. In my opinion, the curfew that was declared really did a big job in curbing the nighttime chaos. We started looking over here. Not a crazy large crowd, but decent size. A lot of media here, up close. Anyone who didn't have a press pass
Thank you, John Hicks. I've liked this up to your channel.
They've had it open too, and at different times throughout the day over the last week. But typically by the time I get down to the city, you guys know I live in Santa Clarita, it's already sealed off, because it usually takes me about an hour to get down here on a good day. So by the time I get down here, it's well sealed off. But take a look around, folks. This is the first time I'm able to bring you guys this shot. Military vehicles back there. Marines are bored. I mean, how could they not be, dude? Look at that guy right there. Look at him center frame. Right there, center frame. I'm pretty sure he would rather be anywhere else but right here, right now. he'd rather be just about anywhere else. You know, I mean, come on, man. This guy signed up for the Marines to engage in potentially active combat. And here he is in downtown LA. Just with his hands down by his side, he's just like, man, this is real life right now. Yeah, so, you know, yeah. That's what's going on. Is Santa Clarita a TV show? Yeah, that is a TV show on Netflix or something. I don't know. I've never seen it, but I know what you're talking about.
Our stream.
This AI company is already being sued by 2 of the biggest companies in the world for copyright infringement. And if they lose the case, this could, and I know we live in a world where nothing ever happens, this could be the start of the downfall of AI. Now, I don't think there's been a more controversial development in the entire world than AI. I mean, sure, you had things like the Luddites back in the 19th century who were smashing up machinery that was bound to replace their jobs. And now you've even reached the point where people are skeptical on the idea of having brain chips, which many companies right now are pushing on. It is actually really scary how many companies are pushing on that brain chip agenda. When you think of brain chips, you probably think of Elon Musk, but other people, like for example, Gabe Newell, the CEO of Valve, he actually founded this company called Starfish, and they're also looking into their own mind chips. I mean, Starfish is basically the biggest competitor to Elon Musk's Neuralink, also that same Neuralink that was responsible for the deaths of 1,500 animals, including sheep, pigs, and monkeys. It's okay, it's for science. You don't understand, it's all for science. But despite all of that, and how scary the future may possibly be, AI has seemed to have generated more hate than all of these groups put together. There's really 2 separate arguments for people being against AI. The first one is it can put actual people out of a job, especially in the creative industries. And for a lot of companies, especially huge ones, they don't really care about making a great product. They just want to make a product that's profitable. I mean, a great example here is Beats by Dre. Back in like 2012, these things were huge. Like if you had one, it was basically a thing to brag about, despite the fact that they basically put like 90% of the money into marketing and 10% into the actual product. Honestly, the audio quality in some of those Beats by Dre headphones, it was basically the exact same as when I do a deliberate beat.
I was like, I never bought one of those. I was like, nope.
Another example, why would you pay an artist or hire a scriptwriter when you can just throw a couple of prompts into ChatGPT? And the other part is, as well, there's a lot of groups on Twitter that really don't like each other. That is one of the most blatant statements I'll ever make, but at the same time, AI bros on Twitter, they are a different breed. Now, you might remember rolling back a couple of months ago, the AI Studio Ghibli trend. And also, I know half the people are going to rinse me there. Oh, it's Ghibli, it's not Ghibli. Tomato, tomato, good kid, mad city, Metro's booming, Kamala Harris. But it seems that trend that really went against Miyazaki's wishes was kind of a monkey's paw for AI art, because a lot of these images seem to be now tinged with this yellow filter. Now, this is the part where I make a Breaking Bad joke. I've never done that in a video, and I'm not going to start here. But a lot of people actually seem to theorize that the reason why a lot of AI images are now being tinted yellow is because the mass amount of Studio Ghibli AI image slop. And they basically made so much that they've like permanently shifted the hue on a lot of these like image generator programs, because the way that AI works, in most cases, it trains itself from already existing photos on the internet. So if it's training itself and then every photo is another Studio Ghibli image and it gets slightly more yellow than the last, it creates this constant feedback loop. So we'll probably reach the point when people try to AI generate images, it just looks like they're drowning in piss. Now, I did mention in one of my series of tubes videos talking about how Japanese lawmakers were actually trying to look at a way of limiting this trend because they really did not like the Studio Ghibli art. And that could have been some of the first laws around the containment of AI. But now it seems that America has actually copied Japan. And they basically have the first major case surrounding generative image AI. And it could really have big ramifications for not just Midjourney, which is the group that's being sued, but AI as a whole. So Midjourney, if you didn't know, if you want to find out what it is, just go on your mate's Discord profile. He's probably in one of those Midjourney servers. It's basically a small startup company that was focused on the development of AI, describing itself as an independent research lab exploring new mediums of thought and expanding the imaginative powers of the human species. Alongside other AI companies, like for example OpenAI, they've basically been one of the forerunners in AI image and video generation. Forerunners, Halo reference. So they began their endeavor in artificial intelligence all the way back in 2022, and their technology had actually progressed to be some of the best in the industry, probably just behind at this point the new Google AI. Now, pretty much anything that's generated in AI is slop, except this one instance of Google that managed to actually make Bigfoot real.
Someone asked, what do I think about people calling me a hoax? I mean, I showed up once in '87 and got called a guy in a suit.
And because AI is trained by basically anything on the internet, Disney and Universal have started a lawsuit against Midjourney. They've started the use and replication of their IPs by AI image and videos. And they're basically saying it breaches a copyright law, stating that Midjourney is the quintessential copyright free rider and a bottomless pit of plagiarism. No, you can't have dancing AI Shrek, but we can have Zendaya in the new Shrek trailer when she's scrolling TikTok on the mirror. Now, the main concern these companies probably have is money. It's always money. But also at the same time, AI is actually getting so convincing now, it's really getting difficult to distinguish what is real and what isn't. I'm not talking about, like, you know, Will Smith eating the spaghetti from years ago. I'm talking about the fact that, like, the new Google AI that dropped, for example, it's fooling, like new gens. It's fooling millennials, like people like me. Wait, did I just call myself a millennial? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm not a millennial. No. 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 Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Pull up what is Gen Z. Pull up what is Gen Z. Gen Z is defined.
Yep. Gen Z, right? I'm not Gen Z. I'm a young millennial.
Between 97. Oh my god, 20. Oh, just about still a Gen Z. I'm hip, I'm cool. Okay, thank God. Bro, I was about to do like the millennial pause.
I'm a young millennial. Yeah, or I'm sorry. Well, I'm a
and basically,
I'm a young
the problem that's going to start with these AI companies is people are just going to be able to like create their own films and stuff by using these copyrighted characters, which is hilarious. But they can't make money off that, so that's why they want to shut it down. Now, Disney and Universal are claiming that Midjourney has actually directly stolen from their library of characters and IPs to train their model to look so similar, and also to create, and I'm quoting, endless unauthorized copies of their copyrighted material. They provide examples like Star Wars, Marvel, Pixar, characters being generated by Midjourney. And this isn't just images, there's also like full animated generations of these characters. The lawsuit was issued in California. And that's hilarious because that is basically where every single big tech company is. And California actually already has legal precedent for cases like this. So we probably have a good idea how this lawsuit is actually going to pan out. Just last year, a group of 10 artists brought Midjourney, Stability AI, and other AI companies to court in California over accusations of plagiarism. And judges actually found that their artwork was stolen, and it was used to train their AI. And also they kept it stored on company servers. The case at the minute is still in litigation, so there's no actual confirmation on the results yet. But it really does sound like these companies, they might be a little bit boned. But this differs a lot from previous cases, as it's mainly just been individual artists as a class action lawsuit, which is basically, you know, a group of people coming together for a single lawsuit, which is really funny because if you remember in my Switch video that I talked about a couple days ago, they specifically had it in their contract when you bought a Switch. You can't do that, usually because the payout is incredibly high and it's easier for them to get a verdict. And also as well, these AI companies with Disney and Universal going after them, these are two companies that have basically a near infinite supply of money. They can hire the best lawyers, they can have the most meticulous understanding of every detail about the case. That's because they have so much capital, they can pay like the best lawyers, like
I got a bad roll.
Okay, maybe not
Damn
Saul
it.
Goodman. I do not know another lawyer in a TV show that I can think of. I haven't watched House MD. There's probably some quirky lawyer character in that or something. And honestly, I'm really not sure how this can go well for Midjourney in any way because they're a pretty small startup company. They only actually have around 11 full-time staff, just to put in perspective how smaller they are. And also as well, Universal and Disney,
his wife was a lawyer.
Lawsuits, they are brutal. Back in 2023, Disney actually started a lawsuit between two Etsy sellers for infringing on their copyrighted material. And this wasn't some massive company selling off-licensed Disney merch. Jarvis, pull up the image of the Sonic bag that says Obama. These were basically two people that ran an Etsy store, and they probably weren't making a lot of money from their business. Now, the CEO of Midjourney, David Holtz, has actually made a comment about the skill, and this actually started a lawsuit between full-time staff, just to put in perspective how smaller they are. And also, as well, Universal and Disney, when it comes to lawsuits, they are brutal. Back in 2023, Disney actually started a lawsuit between two Etsy sellers for infringing on their copyrighted material. And this wasn't some massive company selling off-licensed Disney merch. Jarvis, pull up the image of the Sonic bag that says Obama. These were basically two people that ran an Etsy store, and they probably weren't making a lot of money from their business. Now, the CEO of Midjourney, David Holtz, has actually made a comment about this. I can't really discuss any ongoing legal things because the world isn't cool like that. Oh my god, up dudes to the left, please. But I think Midjourney is going to be around for a very long time. I think everybody wants us to be around. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say everyone in the world hates AI. That just objectively isn't true because there are so many users for places like Midjourney. But then as well, the chief legal officer of Disney, Horacio Gutierrez, God, I hope I said that right. God. He did actually show some support of AI being used in the industry. We are bullish on the promise of AI technology and optimistic about how it can be used responsibly as a tool to further human creativity, but piracy is piracy, and the fact that it's done by an AI company does not make it any less infringing. I do like that, by the way. If you read in between the lines, it's like, okay, this is a really good idea. We should have had it first. Okay, we need to kill this company and then steal the idea. Now, if the court rules in favor of Disney and Universal, AI bros, it might be over. Let's say, for example, after this, there's some new landmark precedent law that's set. You know, if there's like any kind of AI that can be trained or able to generate copyrighted characters, they could also get shut down, because this will create a domino effect. And also, small hint, that is like 90% of all generative AI, apart from people that are like generating images of their persona or something. And also, AI in general is built off plagiarism. That isn't like a cope where it's like, oh, we need to support small independent artists. Like, it literally has been trained by pre-existing images on the internet. If it wasn't for the mass amount of art, photography, and videos that people actually made themselves, AI would not have that database to actually learn from. I can't wait for this video to be watched back in 200 years and someone points at me and says cuck, because I was basically trying to say AI is bad, but your boss is probably AI. It actually only came out in January this year that Midjourney had essentially stolen the artwork of around 4,000 artists without their permission to train their model. One of the developers actually said he just took names from Wikipedia and Magic the Gathering. So it's not like they actually care about who they take from, it's more they're just trying to collect as much data as possible. There's another guy in those screenshots as well saying that there's another 16,000 artists that could be sacrificed to the Midjourney machine. So if this goes through, what it could set a precedent with is an artist would need to basically copyright their character. And then if AI yoinked your character, you could probably take the company to court, because if Disney and Universal win this case, that will just be the precedent no matter what level. Also, don't you love the fact as well that the huge shift in AI laws is only coming because billionaire companies are worried about their own pockets? Society moment. What I think is going to happen here, I think there'll be some kind of middle ground. There's no way they'll do like a settlement out of court or anything like that. I think AI will have to bend the knee a little bit and put in some kind of soft restrictions. I'm talking about something like, you remember with YouTube when like the entire site fell off for about 6 months and everyone was getting like yellow dollar signs everywhere and every YouTuber was crying about it? I only made $50,000 this month, not $200,000. Oh my god, I'm like an upper middle class now. But now no one really seems to have a problem with the yellow monetization sign because people found ways to get around it, or it became normalized in their brain. I feel like that's what's going to happen here with AI, and they'll probably have some regulations put in.
What the? And I switched him too.
Look, sure, I'm sure Valve doesn't care, but Shrek twerking? No, that's too far. That's piracy. But the problem is as well, there'll be ways to circumvent this. And it's like the AI Darth Vader in Fortnite. People were trying so hard to get that guy to say slurs, and it worked. If you give people an inch, they will try to circumvent anything. And the thing is, I do wonder with that Darth Vader AI, the voice in Fortnite, if they actually like put in any kind of restrictions, because people basically mind broke him instantly. Or another alternative I could think of as well is AI companies might actually have to pay to use the licensed characters. And also keep in mind as well, because these companies are greedy with their licensed characters, it could just be such a high cost that basically they won't even bother doing it. But then you go into other categories as well. I can imagine there being like a revenue share or something like that. Like for example, a YouTube video, right? You know, on the main channel, when I upload there, like once every 7 years, you have those really long videos. And then I play copyrighted music for like 2 minutes in a 7-hour video, and the entire video gets claimed, and then it's revenue sharing, and you only find out that you're getting 1% of the revenue, 99% is going to a little fee, just basically talking over an actually good song. My new name is Bass God. Here's some absolute keynography. Bruh, think I'm gay. Because I'm grinding in my tighty pants. I take it all back. The Little B song, dangerously based, dangerously. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but again, big company goes against little company. Usually they absolutely dog on them. And this could genuinely be a huge change in AI, because if they win this lawsuit, they will definitely start going after every other, like, generative AI company. As we all know, nothing ever happens. Will something happen here? I give it a possible nothing out of something.
Nothing. What? I love this game. I don't care what anybody else says about it. I love this fucking game. The shit you can do like that. There's so much good gameplay in this game. I don't care what other people say. If they can't play it right, they can't play it right. Review. I was hoping it was a comment or yeah, like a magazine. I've got so many magazines now that it's actually starting to like add up. I want to do New Game Plus. I think you can get so amazing. I'm more interested in going to New Game Plus on this game than I am in fucking 76 because the combat's good. Combat's always entertaining. Alright, so did this guy have like a fancy chest up here or did I get it all? I could have just come in from the side, huh? Okay. Thank you, Nuclear Wisdom, for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Hey there, welcome back. I really do appreciate you stopping by the channel, you know, checking out the video. Now, I want to go over 3 topics today in Fallout 76. The first topic we're going to talk about is how we started off Monday with the perk card machines being disabled. The following day on Tuesday, they went ahead and turned the perk card machines back on, but then they went and shut down a bunch of perk cards, which still ended up messing up a lot of players' builds. Now here we are Thursday, and these perk cards were re-enabled. And to prove that they work, I'm just going to show you right here with Green Thumb. It still works. I got Green Thumb on. I can pick a plant. I pick up 2. No problem. I've tested it out a few times. Haven't had an issue. Now let's move on to our next topic. This one's going to take us down to Skyline Valley. This is going to involve quite a few players that built over in this area. We're going to be talking about 3 ponds. I'm going to show you this video back when I was in a PTS, what 3 ponds look like. Now before they went ahead and actually took 3 ponds and they changed it. Now right before the update, a lot of players did end up moving around the map, going to places that had water so they can fish. If they can build there, they built there to fish. Now with that being said, 3 ponds ended up getting a little bit of a makeover. It ended up taking a lot of players' camps, flipping them around, making them look really weird, sinking them into the base. A lot of strange things has happened to camps over here. Now this could be frustrating to a lot of players that spend a lot of time over here. You might not even be aware of this. You might have built a camp over here and forgot all about it and haven't been to it since. If you have, you might want to check on it and let me know in the comments how this has affected you. I'm really curious on how many players got affected by this issue. Now there's one last issue I want to go over. There are a lot of players that are not aware that when you die, a lot of times you end up losing all your perk buffs and all your armor buffs. That usually means when you die, you become over encumbered. Pay attention when you die.
10,000 credits.
And it's random. If you fast travel somewhere far away, you pay an extreme amount of caps. A lot of players aren't paying attention to this. They just fast travel. They don't care about the caps, and they go. I should also mention, this only happens while you're dead and you try to fast travel. But the way that they changed that perk card for fast traveling now, I've noticed that it's been bugging out on players. There's been a few players that's mentioned that they've ran across this issue, but I couldn't get it to replicate. Now, I personally reported this bug. A lot of other players have also reported the bug, so hopefully they will fix that soon. And I also want to mention with that, it doesn't matter if you have that perk card equipped, it will still bug out no matter what. I think it's just happening in the background, and the way that they did the cap reduction with fast travel, it's just all getting messed up. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Now, this really sums up the 3 topics I really wanted to go over today. I really do appreciate you stopping by the channel, checking out this video. Now, if you've not subscribed to this channel and you'd like to see more Fallout 76 content, go ahead and subscribe to this video now. And if you can go ahead and like this video so you can help that algorithm so we can push it out and get more people to it, that would be amazing. Now, with all that being said, I will see you guys later. Take it easy.
Beautiful. This guy Immortal today was like, I'm sick of gray planets, and I was like, gray planets? I don't know if you mod it, it's not like that. Does this look gray to you? I don't think so. I have a space station on a weird planet. Makes me feel good. Oh! Wait, what? No, 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 no. I don't know. What? How far back did you take me? You didn't save? Why didn't you autosave when I jump planet? It seems fucking dumb and weird. Piece of shit cocksucker developer. Should have saved. Maybe I can shrank him and then grenade him. That might work. It did work. Now I'm gonna nade him. I think he's a lot of XP, maybe. He's a chonker. Look how big this fucker is. Jesus Christ. This is one of the bigger mobs I've ever seen in a game. I like the randomizer mod a lot. Cool, you can like see it all up close and see what's in there and stuff. Let's trank a bunch of other stuff and see what happens. Can I trank these things? They can't be tranked. Why? So good, there's like a rock right here, so this will be hilarious. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna watch it fall one time. Make sure it falls right on his ass. Oh god, it's another one. Yes! Yes! It killed him. I can call Skydraft flares to kill these huge things. I mean, why not? It's a usage of the game mechanics. Why not? Like, see, the mods make the game so much cooler than fucking No Man's Sky or whatever. So, what do? I'm gonna get a Skydrop flare out. I could just make endless ones of these. I mean, no charge per service missile. Oh, I have no missile charges? Fuck. I wonder if I can kill this guy. Like, throw a lot of grenades at him with a bunch of explosives. Yeah, like the Bridger and stuff. Let's slow-mo Bridger him and see what happens. I'm gonna save, right? Oh, God. Some of the stuff isn't hitting. No. He's so big, and they are chunky if they're big. It's kind of cool. I like the randomizer. It's so good. You don't want to fuck with the larger animals, the larger aliens, because they are, like, fucking fucked up like that. Fucking fucked up. What happened to him? Alright, well. Wow, he's just flying away. I removed his gravity. Is he gonna die? He landed way over there. What the hell was that? I don't know. Let's go take the watchtower components and buy some more Skydrop flares, because they are useful. What the hell is this thing? Weird. Look how dope that looks. See, this is so much cooler than Kenshi. In my opinion, it is. It's like cooler than Kenshi even. Because you can't... Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. No, we'll just trank you. The trank always works for really bad problems. Piece of shit. If you were smaller, I'd fight you. Methamphetamine makes you run. Mech components, watchtower components. I'm gonna borrow these and then come back, I guess. I skipped a step. I'm gonna go... Oh yeah, I dumped these just so I could like do stuff here. Yeah. Damn, my ship looks fucking awesome on this alien planet. This alien planet is so much cooler than goddamn No Man's Sky. Looking forward to it. Tomorrow's gonna be an interesting day. Ooh, turret drop. Ooh, sustained support. Look, they passed the item transport bit, I think. I keep the helmets. Oh, I got it. There, I got it. Cool. Cool. We got our cool skydrop things. Gonna bow out and got them to work. Cool. Alright, so we spent all of our stuff and now we can make sky drop grenades for the type that we need to do. Oh, skydrop flares. Cool. This game's so sci-fi and badass when you keep Bethesda out of it. Oh, I guess I'll go talk to her, make sure I'm not missing anything. Hey, there's people starting to show up here. Cool. Weird alien thing. Fucking awesome. It looks like Star Wars. What the hell is that over there? I forgot that I have a monument by me. Let's go to that. Oh, but I want to ditch the contraband first. The gravity here is good too. You can like move around easy. Save. Or I guess I'll sleep on a planet for once. I always sleep in my ship, but I mean I have a bed right here in you know in the planet. Fuck it. Yeah, it's 5:30. I don't really want to fight at night. I'm gonna see what daytime looks like tomorrow. Or the day after, really. I'm gonna get a full day's rest first, though. Wow, trippy. It's like some kind of crazy, like, sandstorm. Crazy sandstorm outside. I don't know. I'll probably sleep till the next day. Oh, I don't know. It's like 12:35. Crazy sandstorm might be kind of cool in RP. Yeah, let's do it. It looks like fucking Silent Hill. Yeah, take me over there. Like, I don't know. I can't even see the place to go to it, though. It is cool, though. Look, this is so much cooler than, like, what they're about to do with 7 Days to Die or anything like that. The storms they have are cool. I didn't really know. Hope people keep making good mods. Yeah, I don't think this is the right conditions to fight in. I still don't have my fucking club weapon skill. So annoying. I love gambling and fucking flying. Burst blueprint. I don't think I've ever bet on something like that. He wants like... Oh, I don't know. I could probably buy that. Let's look at that in contracts and see if there's one in Jita. There is a burst blueprint for 16 mil. Why is the price? Yeah, why is the price fucked up? Plex scam. Or 16 mil. So, yeah, so this burst BPO. It's weird because it's not like... I think I probably will take his 16 mil, actually. Fuck it. I like that. Okay. That one's really big. I love White Bat. White Bat audio is so good. I don't think it was that the games are bad. I think it's that the toxicity of Rust is bad. You have to be happy what you're doing. If you're happy what you're doing, you're good. Whoa! What the hell? Whoa! Whoa! Is that Vasco? No, it's an industrial robot. Oh my god, there's such crazy things around. Whoa! Those things will stomp me in, Jesus Christ. Let's get inside where they won't see us. Here's all my crappy plastic cups of stuff that I picked up off the ground. I'll take $100, please. And he's like, no problem. I wish life was like that. He's like, I'll take the plastic cups, I'll use them. God, the content just goes on and on. It's shit I haven't seen. I'm glad I came to the fragging station. I haven't seen one yet. They said this game was repetitive, but I don't think it is. How do I get out of this place? Come on, Lefty. Oh, Lefty went down. Come on, Righty. Look, he's low. I should take the XP. The gravity's so low, his body ricocheted. Oh, I want to go get that loot, damn it. Let's aggro that thing and bring it to the base just to see what happens. Why is it always right when I about to kill them? It's so annoying. Fight. Help me fight this thing. He's fucked up. Help me fight this thing, natives. Look at how fucking huge this thing is. Yeah, give me the one with the bunch of rounds, yeah. Nice. It was worth the ammo. Chain gun actually feels like a chain gun, like it would, you know. It's cool. Like it could kill a giant dinosaur. Okay, yeah, this is like such a bad game. This game's so bad, you know. What's that thing over there? I'm gonna sleep till it's daytime. I like White Bad Audio. I might listen to him a lot more. I like his sci-fi vibe. For Starfield, it's perfect. Damn, it's dark out there. Now I've got 9 ships protecting me. Pretty soon it'll be a lot. I love all the visual fucking treats of these games and stuff, all the pretty colors and stuff on my huge TV screen. So fun. Okay, so let's kill that huge hornet. Damn, that looks awesome. Alright, let's get all strung up on, like, Goof and Falls here, and... It looks awesome on this planet. This is one of the DLC planets. This planet was made by a modder. And it's a good planet. I wonder if I can land on it and kill it. Oh. No, don't kill me. No, get away. Cool, it's like fucking Godzilla. Fly! Oh god. Die! Dude, this is dope. I feel like, Naushka, the Valley of the Motherfucking Wind. You guys ever seen that? Naushka, the Valley of the fucking Wind is like this. There's only one thing like this, and it's Naushka, the Valley of the Wind. And we got it with modders. It's cool. I thought Nightingale was kind of gonna be like this, but it wasn't. Temple Chi. Cool. Nice, a new power. 240 XP, not bad. Nice. I'm like halfway to a level. Fire! Fire, damn it. It's not gonna stop, is it? That's okay, that's gravity. So what was the power? What did I get? Personal atmosphere. Sense star stuff. Bind yourself to the particles of creation, sensing the life force of any human, alien, or starborn. So you can sense where they are. Let's try it. Fuck it. Okay, we've done enough Wipeout for a while. It's been an hour and a half of it. Gonna do some Starfield music. I could steal everything in here. I love this game. There's always something to do. Okay, let's go put helmets in my ship. I have a lot of helmets, so I'm gonna go place them all. Super jump to my ship. I don't want to do the walking. Yeah. It's all the skulls of my enemies, just like Mortal. Oh, I'm out of aluminum as well. Okay. Oops. Well, is there like a UC here? Maybe the general store sells aluminum. Let's go there. Shining strike finally. Oh, good. I haven't been losing items. Good. I love the music in this ship. It's so good. there's like a battle going on the outside. What the hell is going on? What? I love this game. What do you mean leave the ship? I'm gonna take over the ship. Ooh, new Nova Blast Disruptor. Ooh, electromagnetic rifle. Is it better? Not really. Mags 5 is the same crappy weapon. It's just... Alright, this ship is far, far superior to the other ship and I wanted. Wow. Nice. Oh wow, that's the inside of the ship? Yeah, it is. Wow. New spaceship. So my other ship eventually shot